test. Test 1, 2. Test. Testing 1, 2.
Good evening, everyone. Again, good evening. And welcome to the regular board meeting information for Adelanto Elementary School District. The day is Tuesday, April the 29th, 2024. The time is 5:35. Call to order. Ms. LeVey, will you please take the roll?
Madam President, I do want to let you know that Trustee Webster will not be with us tonight. I'll go ahead and I'll take roll call. Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee LaFrench.
Left French present. The quorum has been established. If you would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Ms. LeVey, do we have any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustment in order of business?
Madam President, I do have a couple. Item 12.03 for the study trips. The one that's for Columbia Middle School and Mesa Linda Middle School. It says Kozart and Yoskovich. It should be Turnip Seed, so the name is wrong. The schools are correct, but the name was wrong. For item 12.17, employment of certificated personnel, the effective date should be October 30th, 2024, not November 13th, 2024. And then one more, item 14.06. That item is for business services approval of the agreement with Musserino Consulting. That is a ratification. That's all for tonight.
Ms. LeVey, could you please go through the first two again? I don't.
Yes, for the study trips on 12.03. If you notice,
Okay.
there, there's one that says Columbia Middle School and Mesa Linda Middle School. Actually, that is correct, but the name that's on there is Ms. Kozart and Ms. Yoskovich, and it should be Turnip Seed and Kozart. So that's just the name.
Okay.
Okay, and then for item 12.17, employment of certificated personnel, effective date should be October 30th, 2024, not November 13th, 2024.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustees, can I get a motion to approve the agenda with those updates?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve the agenda with the stated corrections.
Soto, I'll second that.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. Section 3, Cabinet Reports with Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President LaFrench. At this time, we have Dr. Dwizon.
All right, thank you, Dr. Walker. Good evening, President Love French, Board of Trustees, our AESD staff, and community. I'm honored to share some brief highlights on behalf of our Academic Services Division. As of today, we have 7,670 students, and our attendance rate for the last week was 93%. Our PD Day for teachers occurred on October 21st. Teachers were able to self-select sessions aligned to the specific needs that they wanted. So we had literacy, writing, vocabulary, math, comprehension. We did have engagement, classroom and management, engagement strategies, and also an esports session. So we want to thank all of our teachers who attended this day. We had a total of 210 teachers attend that day. Our coordinator of academic services and several teachers will be attending the California Math Council Conference, and that will be in November 8th and 9th, to learn about our new math framework and best practices and strategies to bring back to our district and schools. Our district is receiving an AVID Impact Award this evening, and I want to thank our team that was able to attend and receive this honor on our behalf. And thank you to our AVID schools. We have 7 out of 14 AVID schools, and we are very excited for their work in achieving this award from our schools. I especially want to thank our coordinator, Lori Latimer, for her organization in making sure that district-wide we have a solid AVID program. So academic services will be working with our 3 comprehensive middle schools to begin an esports program as a regular course and also as an after-school competitive club. So esports is more than just video games and actually can lead to high-tech careers and very big scholarships when they go to college. So I want to thank each of our schools who have been involved with the master planning. They each have teachers, and they're very excited to bring this to our students here in the Adelanto School District. And we look forward to bringing you more information about this in the future. On October 14th, Academic Services, along with our IT analyst team, held a quarterly session for our attendance and enrollment with all of our attendance clerks from all schools in attendance. And so I'd like to close. I always enjoy site visits with the students and teachers. It's actually a highlight of the work that I do. Today we went on visits with LLC. I know you'll hear about that a few times this evening. I had the privilege of going to Braddock, El Mirage, and Westside Park. Classes were engaging and learning at high levels. But I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed the forums with the students today. Each of the students were so willing to share their ideas and how much they love our schools. So these visits I know are meant to help us improve, but I want to say that there are so many bright spots that need to be celebrated in our district, and we're thankful for the whole Adelanto team as a whole. And that concludes comments for academic services.
Thank you, Dr. Dwyzon. At this time, we have Ms. Julie Gonzalez.
Hi, thank you. Evening, President LaFrench, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, valued community members. It's an honor to serve our dedicated district. I'm thrilled to share a few exciting updates with you tonight. Our teams have been actively engaging in valuable training sessions to enhance their skills and expertise. In payroll, our staff are attending CalPERS training conferences to bring back new knowledge to support our operations. Our M&O team hosted a hands-on training session for our custodians on October 21st, focusing on equipment operation, safety, and mastering the work order system. Meanwhile, 5 of our transportation team successfully completed and tested for their CHP renewal this past week. Risk Management held a campus security training on October 24th, and our Child Nutrition Services team is currently participating in refresher training on safety and standards. Thank you to each of our departments for dedication and continuous improvement. Currently, our fiscal team is also currently preparing for the first interim financial report by aligning our adopted budget projections with our current operational needs. Additionally, we are finalizing our independent audit and updating our first interim report with our unaudited actual balances to ensure accuracy, transparency in our financial reporting. I do want to give a shout out and thank you to Learning Center Collaborative for all of our tours that we did today, along with CCEC. In addition, FICMAT is here this week to help guide our district in moving forward as well. With LCC supporting our overall strategic plan, FICMAT is assisting fiscal services and human resources departments in refining our policies, procedures for greater efficiency. I'm filled with optimism in the collaboration that's happening here, which is truly inspiring. I'm excited with all that we can do. One of the things that I actually shared this past week with my team, excuse me, is as we were looking at fall and I bought them each a pumpkin, one of the things that I shared with them was by embracing our imperfection, we open ourselves up to a journey of self-acceptance, love, and continuous growth. Let us remember to see the beauty in our flaws, celebrate the uniqueness and qualities that make us who we are, and cherish the perfectly imperfect nature of our life. Together, we are building something truly meaningful. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. At this time, we have Mr. Shiflett, Human Resources.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. President, Cabinet, Board of Education, and members of the audience, thank you. I just have to say, over the last few weeks, been very welcomed, so thank you to the community. It's very nice to be welcomed, and administrators, thank you so much for what you guys are doing. This past week, I had the opportunity to visit a few more schools. I'm getting to them all. Takes a little time. It covers a lot of acreage in this district. My navigation doesn't work sometimes, so I do. I'm gonna get to them all though. But I actually visited a few more schools. Saw some amazing students and teachers at work. This past week, Victoria McGuffin and Eagle Ranch. I really enjoyed our PD on the 21st. It was really nice to see a lot of our staff and teachers really learning and together, and that was a big feedback. They were happy to have this day, and it was very productive. So thank you, Ed Services, for putting that together. Nice job. And so moving forward, last Wednesday, visited a couple more schools. I actually got to see some carnivals and spent the evening at Eagle Ranch and Morgan Kincaid. And so thank you for welcoming. That was very nice. They had their, I guess you had your referee shirts on at the time, and checking my ID, making sure I was okay to come in. So I appreciate that. Well done. And but it was really nice seeing the kids and the families just engaging in that type of activity, and it was packed, so well done. So I'm very proud of you guys, what you guys are doing. Great accomplishment. And we all talked about the Learning Center Collaborative, and it's a great opportunity. I think it's going to move our district forward. There's a lot of engagement that's going to come along. Our message is the heavy lifting that we're going to do as well. It's not going to be put on the sites of the administration. We're here to support and to make sure that we are doing this together, moving forward our community and our schools. And so today I had the opportunity to see 3 schools. I went to Eagle Ranch again, Victoria McGuffin, and Columbia. Walked classrooms, facilitated student forum discussions. I just see that great things are on the horizon for Adelanto. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiflett.
Okay, moving right along to section 4, staff reports and presentations with Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President LaFrench. At this time, we have academic services, the presentation of our SIPSAs from Melva Davis, Morgan Kincaid, and Gus Franklin. They're going to present in a roundtable format with questions to follow the presentations.
Am I on? Okay. So good evening, Board President LaFrench, trustees, Dr. Walker, and Cabinet. I am very pleased to be able to present to you this evening. My team is not with me tonight as they are at our STEAM Scream community event that's happening at Melva Davis right now, but they are absolutely essential to the work that we do. So as we move on to the overview of the presentation tonight, I'm going to kind of do this for all 3 of us as our overview is very similar. Our intention tonight is to provide you with an overview of our school plan for student achievement. I'm specifically obviously doing Melva Davis. I will share CASP and iReady data. I'll review our 6 goals and the strategies that we plan to use to increase student achievement in both English language arts and math, maintain a positive school culture, and address the needs of our special education students and our English language learners. So our 2024 school demographics, you can see the numbers there. Our total enrollment is 832 this year. Our Hispanic population is 63%, our African American population 13%, white population 0.5%, English learners 13%, special ed population is 10%, and our SED population, our socioeconomically disadvantaged, is around 67%. This has been consistent for the 9 years that we have been open, and approximately 50 of our 832 students are from out of district that we bring into the district from Victor Union High School District. So if you go to the Melva Davis slide with our pictures on it, so if, next slide, there you go, thank you. So our teachers are using our collaboration time this year to look at data and specific groups of students. And you'll see that throughout as I start to talk about our goals and our strategies, and they're setting goals for their classes and individual students. So this next slide talks about our school data and from over the last 3 years and each specific in the grade levels. So we know that our CAS scores are lagging key indicators that happen very late in the school year. And they do tell a story, but it's only part of the story and it's a snapshot in time. So our overall ELA scores decreased slightly, but there are positive indicators on which to build our next steps. Our 6th grade scores came up about 11% from where they were last year. And the cohort of students from 6th grade to 7th grade went from 29.8% proficient to 34.09% proficient in language arts. Our math scores increased overall and in each grade level and cohort. And our 8th grade science scores have increased annually. So when you look at the next slide about our school data and our individual school groups. So our English language learners are doing very well and they're showing growth in all areas. This data shows, obviously, that there is still a need for support for our African American students in both language arts and math. Our teachers are taking the time in their data chats to look at their African American students specifically and address the concern that they are not achieving as high as the other students. They're using their support classes to fill in the gaps in the learning and looking at individual students. We're also having professional development through the California AESD project on culturally relevant practices and the importance of authentic relationships with students. The next slide talks about iReady data. We are still learning about iReady, but my teachers are super excited about it and all of the positive things that it can do for our students and all of the tools that it actually has for teachers. And the data that we're looking at is very exciting as it talks about the potential for growth. We have a large band of students in the yellow, which means that they are very close to being proficient. So we focus on those students and use the targeted lessons provided in iReady to push those students into our proficient band. Our projected proficiency rate, according to iReady, is if kids make only typical growth, which obviously we're expecting more than just typical growth, that will be higher than last year's CASP scores across the board. So we want our students to do better than that. I do want to point out that if you look at our scores for the math, the beginning of the year, they are lower than our end of the year scores from last year, but we would expect that. We want our hope that they would be lower at the beginning of the year than they ended. So we just look to move forward from there and shrink the red and the pink and move the yellow into the green. So the conclusions from this data, will continue to provide support for our African American students in both language arts and math. We need to monitor those iReady students and set goals with them and share their data with them so that they know what they need to do to be successful. They need to be active participants in their learning and their success. And then we did receive the Platinum Distinction for our PBIS work again this year. So if we look at our SIPSA goals and strategies and some of the actions that we're going to do, the SIPSA is an 80-page document. So if I can draw your attention to the colorful, that has all of the information on it. I'm going to give you some highlights from the SIPSA, and then I'll be happy to go over anything that you need. So our first two goals are language arts and math, and they're both academic goals, obviously, and our goal is to have a 7 to 10% increase in CASP scores. So they're separated in the SIPSA, but since they are our academic goals, I'm going to kind of put them together as our academic strategies. So they overlap, obviously, because they're academic in nature. Our teachers are using the state-adopted and board-approved curriculum, and they supplement as needed to fill in any gaps that the students have. I support that endeavor by purchasing requested software such as Desmos and Code Combat and making sure that they have working up-to-date technology in their classrooms. All of our collaboration and most staff meeting time is used to work together and collaborate and look at data to ensure student achievement. So if you look at the math one, teachers are also progress monitoring every 6 weeks. This is both in language arts and math. They're sharing that growth with the students and letting them know how they're doing. They are using AVID strategies, enrichment, and intervention during the day to ensure that students get what they need. They use student data to collaborate and to come up with a plan to make changes as needed. My goals are in a little bit different order, so bear with me. Goal 3 is parent engagement. So we offer many opportunities for parents to engage on our campus. Teachers invite parents to special events that are taking place on campus, such as choir and band concerts. Our sporting events are packed. We host coffee with the principal, ELAC, and school site council 6 to 7 times per year or as needed. Our largest event, obviously, Steam Scream, is taking place this evening, and I'll be sure to send pictures to Cabinet once I return tonight so that they can share that all with you. We are also excited to be hosting PK this fall for the very first time, and we have almost 40 parents that have showed interest. So hopefully we can get that off the ground and get all those parents what they need. So my goal 4 is English language learners, and our English language learners are doing well. They receive 1 period of structured English language development daily. They are grouped by level with their teachers. They are monitored every 6 weeks and reclassified when they meet criteria. Last year, we are very proud that we were able to reclassify 23 students, which is roughly 20% of our EL population. So for chronic absenteeism and suspensions, we believe that students and adults should be happy and enjoy coming to school. We work diligently to ensure a positive school climate and to maintain a safe environment for all. We monitor our chronically absent students weekly, and we intervene as necessary. We call home, we send emails, we hold SSTs if necessary, and student goal meetings every 8 weeks. We offer a wide array of electives to enhance the academic program and give students the opportunity to grow and explore their interests. We also offer the opportunity for all students to attend study trips and increase their exposure to activities outside of the school campus, and most of them, all of them, are actually outside of the Adelanto-Victorville area. Just on a side note, we found out today that 3 of our roller coasters from our Mesa elective made it to the finals. Out of 100 entries, there were 12 finalists and 3 of them are ours. So that's a program through UCR, so that's not just a high desert thing either. So hopefully we'll be sending 12 kids to Knott's Berry Farm very soon. And we have been doing esports. We began dabbling about 1.5 years ago. I have a teacher that was very gung-ho, so I let her go forward with that. So we've been doing it for almost a year, and we look forward to expanding that program into everything that it can be with competitions and all of the great stuff that it can be. So we look forward to expanding that. So our special ed population, we have a very large population ranging from RSP to Mod Severe. So we have 8 classes that are all full. And our goal for these students is to include them and have them mainstreamed as much as possible during the day, as much as their IEPs can allow. So they have access to all of the programs and curriculum and all of the extracurricular events that we hold on campus, including all study trips, all assemblies, and all pep rallies. So we want them to be a part of our campus. They have a passing period just like all the other students. They go out and about. They have lunch in the cafeteria. They have breakfast in the cafeteria. So they're involved in all aspects of our school. So in closing, I just want to thank you for allowing me to share a little bit about Melva Davis this evening. I'm first, so I can say that I have the best teachers and staff in the whole world. And all of this is possible because of them. And I want to thank them for all of their hard work each and every day. And I also want to thank the board and cabinet for their support. We could not do it without you, so thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Cooper from Morgan Kincaid.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Board President Lev French, trustees, Dr. Walker, and Cabinet. I'm excited to now have my chance to share with you the happenings at Morgan Kincaid. So thank you for providing this opportunity and time tonight. We'll be following the same format and the same overview of presentation that Ms. Yuskevich mentioned. So we'll jump right in and look at our school demographics. So our enrollment this year is currently about 685. It fluctuates mostly up towards around 700. Fluctuates almost on a daily basis. So constantly changing, but the breakdown it's generally around 700, and the breakdown is generally what you see here, with about 65% Hispanic, 17% African American, 6% white, or 14% English learners, 11% special education. We have 4 classes, 3 mild moderate SDC and 1 RSP class at Morgan Kincaid, and our foster student population of 5%, which is part of our transiency. So here's just a little picture. We'll be talking about and touching on more the data chats that we're having this year. And not only are the teachers having conversations about data, but the teachers are having conversations with students about data. So you see on the left, the teachers talking, but then you also see on the right, in addition to the conversations they're having, the constant motivators that the teachers are providing. So you can see this teacher is picking an iReady weekly star student for students who are meeting their weekly goals in iReady, just to keep them motivated and going and have that consistency of reminders. So on the next slide, we have our CASP data. So in looking at the data, you can see that we've remained pretty steady. There has been a slight decrease in language arts and a slight increase in math. We are, of course, striving for greater gains. We have some good showing with our third graders in the math, and hopefully we can build from there. We're seeing some of the iReady data that we'll be touching on a little bit. We're seeing a great increase in our early literacy skills, so we're hoping to see that soon translate to our CASP data. So we're really excited to see our language arts scores start to trend upwards as well. On the next slide, we do have it broken down into student groups. So in my English learner data, I did it a little bit differently. I didn't include the RFEP students, which are the students who have been reclassified, which would have made our English language percentages higher had I included them, because those were the students that were meeting goals enough to now be monitored. So although this may look a little discouraging, just know that these are the ones that are still in the ELD daily program, but we do have students being reclassified and that are testing and doing RFEP and doing well. So we are seeing some concerns in our African American subgroup in English language arts, but we'll be looking at that and how to support the students in ELA, but we're very excited to see the gain that our African American students made over the last year in math on the CASP. So we hope to keep that momentum going as well. So in looking at the iReady data, so we can see growth from the middle of last year to the end. So we're looking at now our beginning of the year data, our most recent data in the top band for ELA and math, and looking to see growth again this year. And we brought it in, I believe about January was the first time we tested last year. So we're really excited to bring it in from the start of the year this year and see how that growth translates with the full year of implementation. So we're excited about the number of students, as Ms. Yuskevich mentioned, in the yellow band, and we're really targeting students in that group with our after-school interventions, our blended learning time, our MTSS, and monitoring for that growth. Because again, with those early literacy skills improving, we do hope to see that translating to the CASP. If we look at our projected proficiency on the iReady, we are anticipating growth in both ELA and math based on this standard growth, typical growth right now. So both the CASP data and iReady data show a large amount of growth potential for students. The data shows a continued need for increased supports for our African American and English learner subgroups. We are excited about the consistent increases being made in math. Of course, we want to go even faster. And again, as I mentioned before, the iReady data shows an increase in the early literacy skills. And we too are PBIS Platinum Award recipients, so we're excited for that. We'll go ahead and look at the goals and strategies as well. Again, the first two goals are academic-based, English language arts and math, so some of the strategies discussed are used for both. So this is just a highlight of the strategies. There's much more that we're doing, but just a snippet of where we're at, and we are hoping to see the growth 5 to 7% annually in ELA and math by implementing these. Some of them include our after-school reading intervention. We have our professional development. We continue to implement Avid Elementary. We're really focusing in on the data chats this year, both individual one-on-one data chats with the teachers and collaborating as grade levels. So that's both for language arts and math, and then also for language arts and math. We're bringing in classified staff who are qualified and willing to work extra hours with students. We're making sure we're maintaining the tech needs and providing supplemental materials as needed, whether it be manipulatives for math or additional reading materials. The teachers know they can come to me and say, hey, I really want to do this, and I'll do what I can to support them. From that PD day, we did have a teacher come back and immediately want to implement some of what they learned and was like, hey, I need this stuff. I said, sure thing, I got you. So our next goal is for our English learners. So we're hoping to see an increase on the LPAC so that we know that our English learners are making progress. They, of course, receive all the same language arts, math accommodations as the other students, as well as extra support through elevation, additional monitoring from the EL coordinator, and we make sure that we always have translation services available because we want to keep parents involved, as we know their involvement is key in their child's progress. Goal 4, special education students. So again, they're receiving all the available supports, and their additional supports may include items such as flexible seating, wiggle cushions, specialized programs, and we ensure that our special ed and general education teachers are collaborating, providing those mainstreaming opportunities, and really working together. We continue to work to decrease chronic absenteeism, and I 100% agree that that goes with creating a safe environment and an environment where students want to be at school. So first of all, we communicate the importance of being at school with families, but then we work towards making school a safe place where students feel welcomed and where they want to be. We do that through the implementation of our PBIS program and our SEL lessons. And we are providing after-school enrichment opportunities. We're participating in study trips. We're even dabbling in a little esports after school at the elementary level. So we're excited for that. The kids are enjoying it, and we have a little bit of music going on after school. Just, trying to keep them motivated and involved and connected. Goal 6 is parent engagement. Keeping parents informed, involved, and working with us through increased communication is our goal here. This promotes student success. We are encouraging parents to become volunteers, join committees to be heard, and offering events to promote community. As Mr. Shiflett shared, we had a very successful Harvest Festival last week, and we are looking forward to our Science and Art Fair in November. So with that, I want to say I love your middle school teachers, and I perhaps have the best elementary school teachers in the district. Fair compromise?
Fair compromise.
Fair compromise.
Absolutely.
So, and in addition to the teachers, the staff overall, amazing classified staff on campus as well. We're excited to keep moving forward. We're feeling really focused this year. We're feeling more prepared and motivated. I appreciate our team that we have supporting us and guiding us in maintaining that focus. So I just want to thank the board and the cabinet for your support. And at this time, turn it over to Nicole Peterson from Gus Franklin.
Thank you. So good evening, Board President Love French, Cabinet, sorry, I'm straddling the leg here. Board members and cabinet, it is my pleasure to present, being the proud principal at Gus Franklin, our information. So we'll turn to our demographics. Oops. Sorry, they're sticking together. Our demographics page, as you can see, as of today, We actually have 515 enrolled, so we have an additional few students. We have 52% of our female students, 47% are male, and then our largest population is our Hispanic population at 72.9%, and then you can go and see the rest. We have a very small homeless and foster youth population, and then our special needs is 14.8%. And these pictures show some of our teachers working on. The first one is one of our PD days for iReady, going over that iReady data, learning how to pull those reports. And so, like they were saying, we are also doing those data chats, and I've met with each grade level where we've taken that data and looked at it intensely, and I love iReady. My teachers love iReady because it's very user-friendly, and it does populate things to help us organize our students in their areas of need. And also, we also do our PBIS data as well. Okay, as you can see, this is our CASP data, our overall students. So you can see that we have a consistent growth over the last 3 years. A little slight drops in some of the grade levels, but mostly it's very consistent. So as you can see, so 41% and 30% in our ELA and math. So that's really what they're doing. Our teachers are doing an amazing job teaching our students, and our students are doing a great job too. And that goes along with those data chats, looking at that data and preparing our students. If you look at our different subgroups, you can see what they're doing here as well. We are going to be focusing on our English learners. They seem to have the lower percentage. We also only have 71 students that are classified as EL. So that's a small group that we can really focus on and give that individual attention that they need. So that's one of our goals to focus on. All right, next is our iReady data. I call it iReady Daddy all the time, and my teachers laugh at me because but my iReady data. And so this is where we're at right now. As you can see, I did the end of the year, the January, the pre-one, because we were still involved in some of it. So this is the better data with the end results. And then we compared the end to this year when we were in our data chats, where they were at the end of the year to where they are now. And when we combined, looked at both levels, you could see that those students were right in that early on grade level area, which means they're right at that grade level. They're ready to go. We're ready to support them. And that's the groups that we're looking on to make sure that during our MTS RTI time and that intervention, that they're getting what they need during that time. And those are our focused students. So that's the iReady data. And then kind of in conclusion, you can see that overall we are very stable in our test scores. We have a consistent growth. It might not be a large growth, but we are consistently growing. Fourth grade is demonstrating a steady improvement in ELA across all 3 years. Also, our science, we did really well again, improving in our, increasing in our science. That's our 5th grade science test at 44%. All of this is saying that what we're doing, what we're implementing, our instructions, our interventions, they're working. And so now we need to take that next step. And what is that next step? And so that's what we're working right now with our school site, our leadership team and our teachers. We're looking at what is our next step to make sure that we continue to grow and that we don't stay at this level. We want to continue. We want to get even higher. So those are the discussions that we're having. Our iReady data, we're excited about that too. We're excited about how it's broken down. And so you can see that we are showing the ELA growth. It's been positively growing since we started the program. Again, this is still new. We're still learning it, and we're still working with our students. We did have our teachers, they created one-on-one goals with our students. So the teachers sat down with our student, gave them the synopsis of their iReady data. They showed them where they are. They go, okay, now let's create a goal for our next diagnostic. So all of our students have a goal for what they're going to achieve and what they're going to do to get ready for that next diagnostic. Then after that, we'll again meet with new data chats again. We'll go over, did our students make those goals? Did they take ownership of those goals? And we're gonna see, and we're gonna continue that. So they did a goal for ELA and they did a goal for math. So I'm excited to see the results of that. The feedback from my teachers been really positive. The teachers they loved it. They want this, they want to do it this way, and they're going to do So it was very encouraging to hear, and I already did make it very easy in the sense that they had forms already available for us to fill out, and so I gave the option to the teachers, choose whichever form you want to use, and then sit down with those, have those conversations with our students, and they did. And so I'm so proud of what they've done. I can't wait. I'm excited to see what our data is going to look like in the next diagnostic. And then our area of need definitely is going to be math. And so we're really going to be focusing on those standards of mathematical practices, what other things that we can do to get work in our math areas, and what kind of interventions we can provide our students. All right. And like everybody, my goals are, again, ELA and math are kind of combined. You're going to notice that they all have the same the plan is the same. So our goal is for ELA and math is to increase 5% the students that have met or exceeded standards. So we want to increase that by 5% for next time. And the way that we can do that is, again, continuing with our data chats, do the teaching the standards, providing intervention during our designated MTS time, continue those conversations with our students and prepare them. What do they need? What do you need? What areas of help do you want from us? And then again, for myself, asking teachers, what do you need? How can I support you? What do you need? All of those things. I try to make sure that they get everything that they need, from the programs to, top score writing to ed puzzle to, I'm trying to think of Project Lead the Way, of course, but all of those programs that we did, plus the materials. What else do you need? And then time to collaborate, time to work with their team so that they can discuss their students. What are we going to do next? So making sure that they have that collaboration time to work with their team so that they can build that cohesiveness within their grade levels. So that's for ELA and math, it's both 5%. And then our next goal, which would be goal 3, is our English learners. And this is our 71 students that we are going to be really focusing on. That's making sure that we're looking at their designated instruction. What are they doing during that designated time? Also, what are the teachers doing during the integrated time? That's throughout the day. How are they going to support our ELs during that time as well? And then, of course, we have our providing teachers with extra support. What do they need to do that? A range of materials, and then again, having data chats where we're just looking at those EL students and what are we going to do to support them. So our goal is to move 15 of our 71 students from level 3 to level 4. So that's our goal for next year. And then our special education goal, I have 4 special ed classrooms on campus. Their goal is that they will increase their ELA and math by 3%. Our special ed ranges from RSP all the way to severe profound. And so we also encourage mainstream. We want them inside the classrooms as much as they possibly can, like what they said about whatever their goals will allow. Also making sure that they are involved in everything that we do, from our awards assemblies to our PBIS spotlights, to trunk or treat. I saw some of them. We had just had our fall festival on Friday, and they were there. So making sure that they're involved, making sure their families are involved, and having that communication with them. So that's how we're going to support them. And then also giving those teachers the collaboration time so that they can work with each other, look at their data, look at their goals, and then have time to collaborate and find different ways to get them into other classrooms. And then the next is goal 5 is our chronic absenteeism. Again, we want to encourage our students to be there. Like what they said, a safe environment. Also, we want them to come to school. We want them to like to come to school. And so for us at GUS, we like to celebrate their successes, big and small. And so we do that by having exciting study trips. We just had one on Monday. they went to Green Spot. First grade went to Green Spot Farms. That was the first of this week. And then I think tomorrow one of our special ed classrooms is going to the Hesperia Zoo. So we encourage all grade levels to go on at least one field trip, and I pay their transportation. So. And then again, making sure that we're celebrating the successes. We have awards assemblies for our parents to come where we honor that, and we just added this year that perfect attendance. So we're encouraging that. All right. Next, we have our parent engagement, and our goal for parent engagement is to increase from 20 opportunities to 23 opportunities, and I have way more than that on our calendar so far. One of the new things that we're adding is PK, and so far we have over about 20 parents that are interested that have signed up. We also, again, give our parent volunteer. I think I've done about 30 parent volunteer trainings since the end of last school year to now. My last one is scheduled for November. And so I do those at least once. In the beginning of the year, I do them at least once a week. Now I'm kind of down to once a month. So that's great opportunity. And then those parents can go on our study trips. So that's how we get parents to go. Parent engagement is to have them do that. Also, celebrating those successes, we invite parents to everything. Coffee with the principal. We have our PBIS when we do. We have one plan for a parent night for PBIS. We just did a not yet assembly with Dr. Brandt. Blake Brandis, and he comes in and he does a Power of Yet assembly in our parent night. So that was a success as well. We also have coffee with the principal. We have coming up, we're going to have our CAFS dinner, which is where we're going to celebrate our students who met or exceeded state standards on the test. And we're going to provide them with a spaghetti dinner served by our PTA. And then they get a medal and a certificate. And so I have invitations for y'all. Sorry, I'm promoting. I do have invitations for you.
Do we get to come eat too?
I'm only limited to 2 this game. So I have them. So if you guys are welcome to come, it's going to be next Thursday on the 7th from 5 to 7. You can come see all of our students who are going to be acknowledged for their success. And then the following day, we bring in all of our 3rd, 4th, and 5th current students, and they get to show off their medals and all of that. And we get to talk about, this is part of success and what you need to do to, this is what we're looking forward to. And then they get to ask questions. We send a group to the different classrooms and they get to ask. So the 4th and 5th graders will go down to the 3rd grade classrooms and they don't talk about the test. No information that way, but they encourage them how to do their best on the test. And they have such pride. It's wonderful. So that's part of our parent engagement. Kind of went off on a tangent, sorry. We also had our fall festival. I did that. And then we do have scheduled our STEM night coming up. And then we're going to, the first ever, have a literacy night. And it looks like our PTA got a grant for something. So we're going to get into that. And then so we're hopefully drinking some authors. So that's our new family engagement activity. And that'll be in the springtime. So getting excited about that one. All right, that concludes mine. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and I have to give a shout out to all of my teachers. They are amazing. I'm so proud to be their principal, but they make me look good, and I have to give them the credit because they are amazing. You walk into our classrooms, and our teachers are teaching, and our students are engaged. Our staff completely, from the office to our cafeteria to our proctors, they are all amazing, and they make our school successful. They make that school run, and so I'm so proud. And then of course you guys for all of your support. I appreciate that, and you're all invited anytime you want to come visit. So. And you can see these are some of the celebrations that we had with our students. One of them was our PBIS spotlight, and then the other one was with Miss Thornton doing some PBIS again. So again, thank you.
Thank you, site leaders. At this time, over to our president.
Thank you. Does a board member like to make a comment?
I want to first congratulate both Melva Davis and Morgan Kincaid for the Platinum PBIS award. And I also wanted to go over just some of the progress that you guys have both, all three of you have made, including some of the math, going from 1% increasing to, I believe it was like 8%. 9%. I was off by 9%. I think that is very important progress and growth. So I just wanted to shout that out, the growth that all three of the schools have made, in addition to being a recipient for PBIS. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. For first thing I want to say, as a teacher myself, I work hard to, get the kids to standards, and then they take that test, and it's always a nail biter. Personally, I don't like the test. I've seen the questions at the fifth grade, and I'm like, and so I feel bad for our kids that's the way we're being judged, just through those questions. I would love for the state, for them to take the test and see how well they do. That would be awesome. So I really appreciate the passion in your presentation. I appreciate how it seems you like ready, and it's amazing all the stuff that's in there. I'm still learning it, and I've been using it for 10 years. We've been using it for 10 years, and I'm still like, I'll click around. It's like, oh, look at that. But I do look forward to seeing the growth, because you look like you have a plan, and I just ask that you make sure your grades all go on their study trips, because I know that there's some schools, some classes still don't go, and I think the rule was 2 a year, and so if you just can make sure all your classes go, because it's kind of a bummer when all the other classes go except yours. So, but I really thank you. Your information was clear, and I look forward to that 5 to 7% growth. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Turner?
Okay. First, I would like to congratulate all of you. Melba Davis for getting Distinguished Award School last year. That was amazing. And also Greater School, nationally recognized in Washington, D.C. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Morgan Kincaid, I see that your scores are coming up. I see that you're paying close attention to your data, and I'm happy that you're doing that. And Gus Franklin, 53% of your students meet and exceed standards. That's incredible. So I could see, looking at your school site plans, I can see that you work really hard to really target students and their growth. Morgan Kincaid and Melba Davis, your scores are great. Still concerned about the African American subgroup and how you plan to increase that by 7 to 10%. I see that you have data chats. What does your data chats look like?
So I'll go first, and then you can. So we're doing ours. Our staff is really collaborative, and it's really different at the middle school because they all share kids.
Right.
So it's not like the fourth grade teachers who they may switch for a little bit. There's 6 teachers that share a student. So when we do our data chats, we really need all the voices in the room. So we do ours on Tuesdays, and sometimes we do them by grade level. Sometimes we do them by department. Sometimes we do them by the support teachers all get together and talk about what they're doing in their classes. So we do them. Sometimes it's all students, but since African American is what we really need to focus on, they have their own data chat. So we pull those scores and we really look at how are those students doing, not only on assessments, but in class behavior, we look at all aspects. So when you look at, like I said, CASP is just one moment in time. When you look at our iReady scores, they are higher, if not right on par with the rest of our students. So on the stuff that they're doing during the, that's a little more incremental, there is not that gap. So we're hoping that translates into CASP. We won't know. So this is our first time having a full year of iReady, like Ms. Cooper said. So we won't know if that 100% translates. But right now it's looking really good. They're like projected to be at 46% proficient, when across the board, my kids are going to be at 49% proficient. So just really honing in on them and focusing and making sure that we're addressing the needs in all of their classes. And again, I think one of the biggest things is that authentic relationship and the culturally relevant practices that we're going to be getting in our professional development to help all teachers.
Okay. And is that data shared with the students when the teachers get it? How is that shared with the student and the parent?
Yes, well, parents are being shared this week at parent-teacher conferences. I know my teachers actually requested to do an extra assessment because they're a little loopy that way, and they really wanted to know if their students were making progress. So I begged and pleaded, and they were allowed to do an extra assessment, and they came in super excited. So they couldn't wait to share it with the students in their language arts and math classes, the improvement that they made from August to October.
Awesome.
So they're sharing that with the kids on an individual basis as well.
And Morgan Kincaid.
Before I answer that question, I want to take one moment to apologize because the one person I did not mention and thank is my right arm, sometimes my left arm, sometimes, and that's my wonderful assistant principal behind me, Miss Norwood, who's always got my back right there supporting me.
Do the same thing. I totally do the same thing.
And then I want to say some of that translates too into conversations that we've had. I feel like I'm taking classes with her. So one of the studies that she's doing for one of her classes, though, is specifically looking into the achievement in mathematics for African American students. So coincidentally, we really dove into that last year as part of her coursework. We surveyed students, we surveyed teachers, and we really tried to dig and find. And then as we continued to discuss it, as we spent some time together in summer school, we were like, man, if we could nail this down, we could be so rich right now. But we did. I think that's a very important part of it, though, is becoming aware and taking that time and gaining that knowledge and having those conversations with the kids. And it's not always the case, but some of it, I think, is test anxiety and confidence.
Right.
So just building those skills and building the confidence in our students, and that, of course, translates to language arts as well as math. So the first round of data chats that we did, we held one-on-one with the teachers because we really wanted them to be vulnerable and not, worry about anyone else in the room. And just we really narrowed in and looked kid by kid by kid and talked about subgroup data and looked exactly where they were at. We talked about on the iReady, you heard us say typical growth. So students have a typical growth goal, but then they have a stretch growth goal. So if we're implementing the iReady minutes as planned, then hopefully the kids are going to be reaching their stretch goals. And so we pointed out the differences in those and really targeted students for after-school interventions. And we wrote down their current score and their stretch goal for the end of the year. And then, so based on that, we said, okay, if they're supposed to say, let's gain 40 points by the end of the year, then when we look back in January, let's make sure they're on track. Let's see if they've gained 20. So we're just really narrowing in and focusing in on that data. And then similar to what Ms. Yuskovic said, we're seeing the same thing in the iReady data. The projected proficiency for our African American students in language arts is 23%, which was our ELA score at Morgan Kincaid last year. For the student 3rd through 5th in general, it's 29, but that's at least closing that gap and much better than what we saw in the CASP data. Is it 100% where we need to be? It's a move in the right direction. But again, that awareness, and we too are participating in the CAISP training and the culturally relevant practices, and trying our best to implement and make sure that we're doing the best we can for our students. Really getting to know them and what they need, I think, is key.
Yes. Well, thank you for that. I see that everyone is working hard, trying to increase those scores, and scores are not everything that happens at a school, and it's evident that your schools are thriving. And keep it up. Keep doing the great work that you're doing. I appreciate it. And I also have to say, I'm looking at your site budgets. A lot of you don't get as much money as some of our other schools, and you're not getting the equity multiplier or the CSI grant. You know, and I know Morgan Kincaid, you mentioned that your resources are not enough.
They're not.
You know, and hopefully we can make that better. Do something.
Magical.
We would be very grateful.
But I'm really happy to hear. Because I'm looking at all of this. I printed out your school site, the real school site plans ran out of ink on this one. But I'm really impressed.
Thank you.
And I know to hear the students excited about their progress is even more. And that's what we want to see. So thank you. Thank you for your report. And again, like I said, your school site plans have come a long ways, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, guess now it's my turn. I don't know what I get to say that's different, but I do know that I've been on this board 6 years, and I have listened to school site plans. And this has been, I want to say, the first year that, that I just stared in awe, because the three of you have really set the bar on who's ever coming after you, because your passion that shows for your school. Morgan Kincaid, I remember when you first started, and to, hear everyone talk about, data and parent involvement, and continuing to have your parent volunteer workshops, to keep your parents engaged and to talk about, what you're doing out there, and, how the children are, and showing all your data and being able to explain it and being able to articulate, how you're having your meetings, how you're pushing it forward, and being able to just articulate your site plan rather than just read it from a piece of paper like Turner had over there, the whole thing, right? I'm not reading that whole thing. I appreciate having the sections that I need to be able to understand it, and it was wonderful. I was at all like, I even put my glasses on, like, I want to see. So I concur with the rest of my fellow trustees, and I greatly appreciate you taking the time out to come. I want to say, can she go right now? They're waiting for her. We appreciate it. I do appreciate it, and that warms my heart that you can see the passion for your school. That's your school. That's something that you take ownership for, and that you give back to your support staff. And say thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now you can go. Thank you. Okay, moving right along to section 5, closed session declarations. We'll be taking items 5.02 through 5.07 into closed session. Okay, let's read our announcement. The public comment period is administered by state law and is a point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers from ADTA?
Madam President, I do not see Jennifer Rader, but I believe Mr. Hahn. Are you representing her tonight? Mr. Hahn, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President Love French, Trustee Turner, Trustee Soto, Trustee Stewart, Cabinet, Superintendent Walker, Dr. Doizan, Mrs. Gonzalez, and Mr. Shiflett. Good evening. My name is Brian Hahn. I serve as the Vice President of the Teachers Association. And I will first start with saying you're not seeing Miss Rader here tonight because you wore her out today. She was absolutely, literally exhausted from the tour, and she was already fighting somewhat of a head cold, and it just did her in. So you're stuck with me. So we want to say, first of all, board members, what an amazing job you did inviting Dr. Walker to join us in our AESD family. She is truly a visionary. And for someone to walk in and have a 5-year plan in place for us, amazing. It's just amazing. And we appreciate that. We also appreciate the relationship that we've had. And Dr. Walker came in and she was ready to meet with Miss Rader and myself, with ADTA, with our teachers, Mr. Shiflett the same, Miss Gonzalez. And I know it wasn't too far in the rearview mirror that Dr. Doizan was here and she was juggling academic services, special ed, human resources, and I'm so happy that we have some support for you now, Dr. Doizan. One thing that I will tell you in an impromptu survey with many of our teachers, they love the PD Day. They absolutely loved it. Many have said that this was the best PD Day that we've ever had in the district. And I have to say that I was pretty impressed with the session that I attended as well. The trainers were awesome. The workshops, what was being offered, everyone felt like there was something for them. And so that's awesome. And thank you, Dr. Doizan, for heading that up. We'd also like to thank Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Shiflett for meeting with us and trying to, just get things moving with our teachers. I want to say that for a long time, we've had many, as many of you know, we've had grievances, we've had different things going on with teachers. And Dr. Walker and Mr. Shiflett have been instrumental in addressing those issues immediately, quickly, resolving them, to the fact that even with some cases where we had pending situations going on, those pending situations have been dropped because those situations have been resolved. And we appreciate that. We truly appreciate that. And these are things that in the past, and I'm talking for years and years, with similar situations have dragged on for years. Sometimes we've had teachers on admin leave for more than a year and then brought back when something so, I don't want to say so simple, but it could have been resolved a lot faster. And we're seeing that happening with Dr. Walker and Mr. Shiflett. So thank you. The Teachers Association is vibrant. We have a lot of teachers and a lot of energy, and we're looking forward to continuing our relationship with the board, with our cabinet, and we're looking for just nicer times as we move forward. And I think we heard a lot about that this evening as well. There seems to be a brighter light being cast on Adelanto. Things are looking up, and we are feeling hopeful. We are feeling hopeful. We had 3 principals this evening that just shared their data with you. Impressive, impressive. And that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. And Trustee Turner, if I know you mentioned that at Morgan Kincaid, we may not have all the resources we need. So any rallying you can do for Morgan Kincaid with regard to resources, well, we'll applaud you for that. Thank you. Other than that, I think we just have a bright future ahead for Adelanto, and we are all looking forward to 2025 as soon as it gets here, and for all the work that's gone in and all the work that all of you have done to make our district what it is today. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Greatly appreciated. Any representative for CSEA?
The board calls on Diane Lynn, but I believe she is not with us tonight.
Okay. Do we have any audience members?
Madam President, we do. We call on Elaine Gonzalez to come to the podium.
Sorry, I didn't bring my glasses. Good evening, Madam President and board members. My name is Elaine Gonzalez. For those of you that don't know me, I once actually sat where you're sitting now. Therefore, I understand the enormous responsibility that befalls you and the responsibilities you have when it comes to guiding the district in its endeavors to shape academic lives of the children we serve. While this is an cumbersome task, its rewards are great, as we've heard tonight. As a former board member, as well as a parent and employee in this district, I still am in communication with a great deal of staff, community members, students, some of which are now parents, and I serve them in a capacity, one or another, while I was here. Unfortunately, lately it's come to my attention, and I'm hearing some disturbing things. Well, we are all familiar with innuendos, falsehoods, rumors, so forth and so on. They should have no bearing on how a school board makes its decisions, especially those that impact the school district as a whole. As a rule, I tend to ignore this type of communication and information. However, it appears that more recently there has been undeniable proof that some of the allegations have rung true. The legal ramifications and confidential documents being leaked into the social media platforms are terrible. I'm absolutely disturbed by the fact that once again, Adelanto is becoming the vision of negativity. I know this has happened in the past, and it's not something I like to hear. All of which impacts our students in more ways than one. Adelanto has so many staff members that come to work every day to make Adelanto a better place for those that they serve. Unfortunately, it is hard work when I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. I don't know if yours will work. I'm sorry. Become overshadowed by the inappropriate acts of a few. Never should any employee be made to suffer through or work through a day feeling intimidated or threatened. As a board member, it is your responsibility to do what is in the best interest of the population you serve. That means you strive for better working condition of your staff, including their safety. You build up your community as a whole, and you share your stakeholders. Most important, you devote your greatest effort to ensuring students are safe when they attend school and they are academically advancing to face their future and challenges in the real world that the world holds in store for them. This is something that is hard enough to do without having personal lives impact board decisions or criminal behaviors impact how staff or board members conduct day-to-day business. Adelanto and the High Desert itself is a small rural community, and as such it is challenging to maintain unfamiliarity with stakeholders. But the goal should always be the same, to treat stakeholders with the utmost respect and serve our community as a whole. As a board member, I know you know what it means to carry a united front, but you're still encumbered to do what's right. Having served on the board for several years as a member of, I respect everybody that I've served with, and the mindsets should always be the staff and community, especially children they serve. Given this, there should be no place for anyone who would use their position to intimidate, gain personal wealth, do harm, physical, mental, or otherwise, nor neglect their duties for any reason. As the community comes closer to electing a board member, I hope this person will choose to be mindful of their duties and others that they serve. The candidate we know will work better to assist the staff in meeting their goals, create a non-hostile environment, and above all, will strive to advance the academics of those children that are entrusted to the Adelanto School District as they as they compete in the real world. Drama, strife, and violence have no place in a school district. Teachers are already overburdened and, in my personal opinion, underappreciated. Teachers are forced at times to play many roles and wear many hats, which we all know. They look to the governing body to assist them for when they do look to the governing body, they should be able to receive and not be encountering obstacles that are due to distractions that do not pertain to the school district itself. That being said, I wish to thank all the members that are seated now and those that I've served with in the past, to draw attention to the teachers and the staff members that come to school every day to better advance our children. The administration and those that are working behind the scenes and don't get validated, but those parents that entrust the most precious commodity to all of the above mentioned. I appreciate all your efforts and look forward to watching this board do great things. Thank you. And I apologize. My glasses makes it hard.
Thank you.
Madam President, the board calls on Deborah Jones.
Well, good evening, esteemed Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Walker, and members of the cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. As a former board member and concerned citizen, I've witnessed firsthand the dedication and hard work of teachers and staff here at the AESD. However, recent events have cast a dark shadow over our schools and could threaten student learning and staff morale. That concerns me. Several courageous employees came forward to me in calls that began many months ago. They shared chilling stories of harassment and intimidations at the hands of their boss, former Superintendent Kraus. These women, who I know personally, are pillars of integrity and professionalism. Their unwavering commitment to students is undeniable. Yet they were subjected to a toxic work environment marked by fear and intimidation. Their tear-filled accounts of their experiences haunt me. From what they shared, it's as though It's as though they feel a gun is constantly pointed at their heads, the trigger ready to pull at any moment. I am not at liberty to recount their shocking experiences. Suffice it to say, these women are deeply traumatized and continue to live in fear. Their harrowing experiences highlight the urgent need for a safe and respectful workplace for all district employees and a support system for victims. I'm thankful that the district launched an independent and thorough investigation. The Title IX complaints of harassment from 3 women against the former superintendent were, as I understand it, sustained. Let me be very clear. I believe these women and I stand with these women. Their conduct over the years has been consistently upright. Listen, it takes immense courage to come forward and report harassment. They are not only speaking out for themselves, but are also protecting this district and future generations of employees from abuses of power. Now, some unfortunately find it easy to look the other way despite the clear and convincing evidence. 2 women ventured their opinion recently, telling me that hasn't been my experience with Mr. Krause. But such a dismissive attitude is cavalier at best and certainly ignores the very real experiences of the victims. We must believe them, we must support them, and we must take action to protect them. This is a time for compassion, for understanding, and for justice. Please stand with these courageous employees. Make the right decisions tonight to ensure they feel safe, valued, and respected. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. See, do we have anyone else?
Madam President, that concludes tonight's speakers.
Thank you. Trustees, can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So do I motion that we go to closed session?
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. The time is 6:57. We're going into closed session. Thank you.
Mike.
Reconvening the open session. The time is 9:30. Call for the take roll.
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
trustee Turner,
Turner present.
trustee Soto,
Soto present.
trustee La French.
Love French present. Quorum has been established. Trustees, I need a motion to extend the meeting to
Stewart. 11. You think it'll be 11?
we gotta come back out, yeah.
All right. Stewart, I motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Soto, all second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion pass.
Now we got a
Motion to go back in closed session. Can I get a motion to go back in the closed session, please?
Stewart, I motion to go back into closed session.
Soto, all second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
trustee La French.
Love French, aye. The time is now 9:32. Thank you. Welcome back. Reconvening to open session. The time is 10:12. Call to order. Ms. LeVey, will you please take roll?
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee La French.
Love French present. The quorum has been established. Announcement of reportable actions taken during closed session.
Is that me?
Here we go. It happens.
Oh.
Happens every time.
Okay.
It's after 10 o'clock.
So I motion to accept. Well, I don't have the script. I just have the thing that signs out. Okay, I'm a motion to expect. In the case, isn't that on the agenda? I'm sorry. There we go. Yes. Okay. Okay, I motion to approve the recommendation of the administrative panel to expel the student for the remainder of the first semester and the second semester of 2024-2025. And that's it. We accept the recommendation. Do I have to read the whole plan? No. We need a second. We need a second.
I'll second that. That does include the rehabilitation plan, correct? In that motion?
I can read the following recommendations are made for the students reentry back into the schools of Victor Valley Union High School District. Pupil must attend anger management counseling. Pupil must attend individual counseling. Pupil must attend decision making program.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay. So we're gonna. And we
Ms.
need
LeVey, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. Same thing. Okay. Moving right along. Section 9. Oh, no, I'm sorry, section. I'd like to report out that also during closed session, we voted to We voted to accept the settlement for the OAH case number 20240800915. The vote was unanimous.
Madam President,
Yes.
the OAH case is not listed on the closed session declaration.
It's up at the top
Where is it? Where is it?
It's 5.07.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Oh, I just saw confer with legal counsel, but there was no legal counsel on that. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Trustee Turner.
Madam President, do you know who did the first motion and the second? Was there one?
Stewart did the motion.
And I seconded it.
Okay. Moving on to section 10, public testimony. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers?
Madam President, we do not.
Okay. Thank you. Moving right along to adoption of the minutes. Board minutes, approve as written in order filled, regular board meeting minutes of October the 8th, 2024. I need your approval.
So do I motion that we approve?
Trustee Turner, I second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. Section 12, consent agenda. We'll be taking items 12.02 through 12.26. Does any trustee want to pull an item? Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed.
Wait a minute.
we need a motion.
We have a motion?
We need a motion.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we didn't have a motion. I was like, wait a minute.
I just saw it right now in my notes. Sorry.
Okay, Stewart, I motion to accept the consent agenda 12.002 to 12.26.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
We did take the vote.
Okay.
4-0.
Thank you. Okay. Moving right along. New business. Section 14.01. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the resolution number 24.25.10, excusing the absence of trustee Stephanie Webster on September the 24th, 2024. May I get a motion?
So do I motion that we approve?
May I get a second?
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. 14.02, trustees, I need a motion to approve resolution number 24.25.11, excusing the absence of trustee Miguel Soto on October the 8th, 2024.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Trustee Turner, I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I
You
recuse.
abstain, yeah.
Abstain. Yeah.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 3 with 1 abstention. Moving on to section 14.03. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the Leadership Associate Search Firm for Superintendent.
So do I motion that we approve?
I need a second. Love French, I second. Ms. Vey, please call for the vote.
Any discussion?
Can't we discuss?
Yes, we can, but we.
Didn't say you could have.
Okay, give me that side eye.
Let me keep
No,
my
be
eyes
very
open.
careful. The only discussion I want to have is I know it was said that we wanted to do a search. You know, for me personally, I like who we have in the seat right now, and I feel a search would be futile. It would be just going through the motions. So that's how I feel about this.
I want to be very careful, and so just because this is a pretty important subject and important for our community and our district with what I'm saying. I am very happy with the direction that the district is going. And in addition, we also have to commit to what we've communicated to the public, which is that we would stick to looking for or doing a superintendent search. That doesn't mean, that does not exclude anybody. Again, I'm being careful, and I've already said what I've said. I'm happy with the direction of the district. However, I want to make sure that we're committed to making sure that we do include this search, as we have all agreed between the parties that, based on the contract, this is a temporary assignment. And I can't go more into detail. I wish I can, because it's all positive. However, again, I want to make sure that we stay committed to ensuring that we follow the process, which was ensuring that we seek help in finding the most qualified superintendent, and that doesn't, again, exclude anybody. And so I want to stay committed to that, to the public, so that I'm transparent with making sure that we do, because we've had so many superintendents, and so we just have to do our due diligence, and that's what I'm doing here. And this is why I'm voting the way that I'm voting. And that's not to say that I'm not satisfied or not happy or want some change. That's not what this. This is not why I'm voting the way that I'm voting. I think I've explained hopefully well enough why I'm voting the way that I'm voting, and that does include trying to do our due diligence in securing a very, very solidified superintendent. And again, everything that I have to say is positive, but due to the legal ramifications, I have to be reserved with what I can say publicly. But I do encourage the public to come question me about my viewpoints or my perspectives about certain individuals in leadership, or whatever the conversation may lead us to, where it's helpful for the public to understand that why I'm voting the way that I'm voting. And I appreciate the patience. But again, this is an important decision, so I just want to be clear.
Trustee Turner, I agree with Trustee Stewart. I think that I know that, and I trust the leadership that we have right now. I think that we could use the $23,000 on something a lot more feasible than searching for someone that the top person, which we already have. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I.
Trustee Turner?
Nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Nay.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion dies. Moving on to section 14.04. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding regarding 2024/25 CSEA insurance buyout.
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Any discussion?
Oh, any discussion? I'm sorry. Hearing none. Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. 14.05. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the proposal to perform a classification and compensation study for the Adelanto Elementary School District by Erwin Human Resource Services.
Soto, I motion that we approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I'm glad we're passing. Well, if it passes, because I know Classified has been asking it for a while. So I hope they're pleased.
Hearing no further discussion, Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. 14.06. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the agreement with Merciano Consulting to provide governance training to the AESD Board of Trustees, Superintendent, and Cabinet. Musarino.
There you go. Soto, I motion
There
that we
it is.
approve.
Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I'm so pleased that we're having this training. He's just he has such great insight, and he does it in such a positive way, and he keeps us directed and focused that I really look forward to future trainings.
I do too.
Yes.
I concur.
And this is a ratification. This one was a ratification.
Yes. Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion pass 4-0. Well, this is still going on. 14.07. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the revised declaration of need for the fully qualified educators for the 2024-25 school year.
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. 14.08. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the contract with 339 Company for the 2024/25 school year.
Soto, I motion that we approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none. Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. Section 15, policies, introductions, updates, and readings. 15.01. Trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the first read revisions of board policy 6020, parent involvement.
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, would you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. 15.02. Trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Administrative Regulation 6020, parent involvement.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. 15.03. Trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the first read revisions of Board Policy 5113, absence and excuses. Absences and excuses.
Turner, motion to approve.
Soto, I'll second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. 15.04. Trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Administrative Regulation 5113, absences and excuses.
Soto, I motion that we approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 4-0. Moving on to section 16.01, governing board members' reports and announcement. Let's be mindful of the limited time we have. Would any trustee like to
Trustee Turner,
report?
I will withhold my comments tonight due to the lack of time.
I'll just make a quick comment just to kind of add more support to more context to why I voted the way that I voted. I'm very happy with the way that the direction is going in our district. I'm very happy with the way that we are receiving positive feedback from the public. I'm very happy that we have also staff who also feel encouraged and feel safe. So I'm very happy and pleased with the direction that the district is going. I'm very happy with the leadership that we have. And I will also say that I'll actually push my comments for the next meeting. I'll combine my comments from this meeting this month at the next meeting, just for the due to the time. But again, I just did want to make that quick comment that I'm happy with the direction of the district, and I will be continuing to support this fruition, this direction that we're going. Thank you.
I first want to say to all, please share the with your parents and stuff, to please be careful around the school buses. Many times you see cars with the buses, they have their red lights flashing, and their cars are just too busy to stop. We got to keep our kids safe, and that's all buses and all kids. Also, I got to go on a walk on the 11th. I got to visit some school sites with Dr. Walker, and we went to Victoria McGathan and Mrs. Griffin. She gave us the Wonders book, and I started to read mine, and I'm so excited to join in that. And we also went to Ted Vic. We got to dance. The kids were having a perfect attendance dance. Of course, I popped my knee. Yeah, I was like limping for a day or two. It's like, oh, see, there I go, trying to be cool. But the thing that really stuck out wasn't just the great, the engagement of the classes, the engagement of the kids and stuff. The thing that struck me the most was how Dr. Walker took the time to greet everyone who crossed our paths. Like, she would stop them and ask them their names and how are they doing. And she was just took that time. It wasn't like, okay, we have to go to the next class. Whichever school site she did that, and I appreciate that, Dr. Walker. I learned something that I should take the time and stop and talk and meet with everyone. Not that I'll remember their names. I'm horrible with names. I'm sorry. That's just my brain. So, and that's all I have. I'll keep it short. I always keep my mind short. Please have a good night, and to all our district, I do appreciate you, and you are important to us. And I do want to keep our momentum going. So please have a good night.
Thank you. Well, I want to give a special thank you to Dr. Walker. I want to say that we appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate setting the agenda with you. Your professionalism is off the chart. I appreciate you helping me and guiding me. I appreciate your voice tone. I appreciate the laughter that we share on some of our phone calls. I've been on this board, I think, 6 long years now. I think it's been 6 years. 6 years. 6 long years. I have never worked with someone that has the ability to come in and to make such an impact in such a short period of time. I thank you. I have the utmost respect for you. And one day, I'm going to have that same voice tone across. I say that to you, not just tonight, on several occasions. I appreciate you. I do. With that being said, oh, I'm about to say that you can't speak. With that being said, let's move on to section 17, superintendent reports and announcement. Dr. Walker, take us away.
Thank you, President LaFrench, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, AESD staff, and community. I did have quite a few things I wanted to share tonight, but for the sake of time, I just would like to end with sharing an experience that I had in one of my site visits where the students were practicing chorus. And so if you could just share that short video. And so as we go through our daily work, always keep in mind that's why we do what we do every day for those students. So thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, thank you. Section 18, adjournment. Trustees, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So do I motion that we adjourn?
Can I get a second?
Turner, I second.
Please take the vote.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, I.
Trustee Turner.
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart. Stewart, aye. Trustee La French.
Love French, I. Motion passed 4-0. The time is 10:42. We finished before 11. Okay. Yes, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.